Hello and welcome. My intention today is to meet the Europeans, finally. This is not the same save that I was playing last week. Cahokia has a couple of really bad events that are basically game ending. At least they make you want to end your game. I actually had to go into the files and look at the event triggers to figure out how to avoid them. And this is my second playthrough as Cahokia. I'll bring it up real quick just to show you. So, Cahokia has this Plight of Cahokia event they can get, which is triggered by either low stability or low tribal cohesion, or having Shadow of Cahokia, which you get from a different event. It's very bad. It makes your pops migrate out of a random province you have to elsewhere. It stops in Age 3, which I'm in now in this current run, Age of Discovery, so I can no longer get the event, luckily. Shadow of Cahokia itself is here. It can start happening in 1370. Has these triggers. But it can no longer trigger if these two variables are gone, which by getting a Golden Age event for Cahokia, these go away. Which I have already gotten in this current playthrough. The new Cahokian Golden Age, you have 7 years basically to trigger it. Starting in 1363, and in 1370 is when the Shadow one can happen. So you have 7 years to trigger it. You need a bunch of positive things, including Cahokia itself to be at 35,000 population, and to get 50 prestige, which is one of the harder things to do. But that is done now, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. I haven't played this save since last week, so I'm going to have to analyze what was happening in this. I'll show you really quick what happened in the original game I was playing. So this is the one I was playing on stream last week. I played a bit afterwards as well. If I go over to the population map mode, you can see that most of my locations have no people in them anymore, including the city of Cahokia itself. They all migrated away. They actually made this less worse in one of the patches. Patch 2 or patch 3, I'm not sure. If I go back to Notepad really quickly, the Plight event used to make literally everyone leave from the province that it targeted, but it no longer does that. It is significantly less people that leave the area now. They changed the value a bit in one of the patches. Anyway. So this run, I saw no reason to continue this with all our population gone. So I restarted. And not a ton is happening in the early game for Cahokia, so I just played through until Age of Discovery. It feels kind of underdeveloped mechanically, this whole area, or kind of unfinished. If I open up the pop-based countries map mode, so Cahokia is the only settled nation in this area of North America. The other settled nations you can play as the Haudenosaunee up here, there's 4 of them, and you can also play as the Pueblo over here, there's a few of them. Everyone else in North America is a society of people nation, which you can do diplomacy with. They have like the full diplomacy actions available. But I don't really see a point in doing this. The actual society of people nations, I don't think they have pop growth. Their pops are just, they just exist in their location. They don't produce any goods to sell on your market. Markets are tied to settled nations, so even though these are in my market, they don't actually do anything for me. You can invade these nations, which I did try out. If I open back up the pop-based countries, I invaded one that was here. And when you kill their army and subjugate them, their pops technically become part of your nation, and like I have vision over this area now. The pops here are in my country technically, but they give me nothing. They don't work RGOs, they don't pay taxes. They just exist and I get vision, which is kind of strange. I guess I don't know if they count towards my total population number up here or not. When I hover over it, it doesn't show them. So I don't really get why you would ever interact with these pop-based countries currently. They just feel kind of unfinished. Hopefully they change that in the future. So my goal, my short-term goal, I want to make it to the coast down here in Mississippi, Louisiana. Maybe, I mean, if I don't meet anyone anytime soon and I'm already down here, I might start expanding over towards Virginia. I want to meet the Europeans as soon as possible, just so the Great Pestilence destroys my pops and I can start rebuilding. If I remember correctly in the Tento talks, I think the Great Pestilence is going to kill between 80 and 90% of my population. I definitely need to save up some money before it happens. I don't know if I need to save up before I make it to the coast, or if I can start saving when I actually meet a European. I don't know how quickly the disease spreads. Guess I'll find out. But I would just like to start the process of rebuilding from what my actual population is going to be. I was playing this back on Thursday or Friday last week. I've learned a lot more about the game since then. I probably should have some more towns, but currently I only have the city of Cahokia. We should probably found one pretty soon. I'm basically, so I've been kind of limited by, what's it called? Monthly promotion. I can build tons of buildings in Cahokia. I have lots of population, but it takes forever for them to actually promote up to it. Looks like right now we're doing pretty good. I could build a bunch more buildings right now. I think I zoomed past 20 years or so the last time I played this without doing too much. But now is our opportunity to actually analyze what our situation is again and start making better decisions. We have lots of food. We have a huge food surplus. We're not going to need food for a long time. And once all our pops die, we won't be needing food for a really long time anyway. We have shortages of tools. This is because, essentially, I don't think there's tin in anywhere I can see, at least. So we can't make bronze tools. We can only make stone. Iron requires feudalism, I think, which we do not have. Guess it doesn't tell me here, but I'm pretty sure it's feudalism. So we can only make stone tools, which are quite inefficient, as far as I can tell, and we only have 2 stone locations to even get stone RGO from, which I don't even have fully employed currently. Our states have also been building these stone quarries in other places as well, but they're less efficient than the actual RGOs. So that's a big limitation we have. I'm gonna have to build up tools in Cahokia. There's stone up here, which I think I was expanding towards, which is why I grabbed this province here. We would have really low control up here, but you can still get the RGOs from areas with low control just to feed back into our market. Cahokia gets quite good control because it's along the Mississippi River. You get really good control all the way down the river. The way control propagates, Cahokia is a source of 100 control, or 100 proximity, I think is what they call it. And each time it travels a land province, it drops by 40 by default. But if it's downriver, it's only costs 10. So if we look at Kaskaskia here, the cost of proximity from going from Cahokia to Kaskaskia is only 7.14 currently. Minus 30 from downstream along a river, a little more expensive from woods. There's a bunch of advances that lower it. We've built a bridge here, which lowers it. Development lowers it. Essentially, you can propagate control really far down a river, at least in the early game. Late game, you start getting a bunch of more upgrades to propagation, to proximity. Will you propagate it further? Like the roads, I think, might become better than downstream river. I haven't actually looked. I assume they do, at least the railroads at the end. Minus 80% movement cost. So a little better. I did build a road all the way down the river here last time I was playing, which isn't the most efficient thing to do. It's really hard to see roads in any map mode. Or, I mean, rivers are harder to see. I guess roads are kind of easy to see in the actual political one. I built this road all the way down the downstream river, which doesn't help by itself. They don't stack, so the minus 30 cost from river and minus 20 from the initial road does not stack, unfortunately. Well, probably for the best, but you can build bridges where you have roads, which lower by 5%, so you get a small bonus from building the road down the river and then building bridges, which I think I still need to build a few of. Infrastructure, bridge. Yeah, I still need to build bridges here. They also give a bit of movement cost, which, I mean, is not relevant to us right now. We have no one to even invade if we wanted to. But let's get started. Unmarried children. Is this our heir, or is this just a son? We have 10 children. This is son number 2. Now that I don't have to worry about the Plight of Cahokia event, I don't have to worry too much about things that cost stability. So I'm just going to start marrying my people off to nobles. One of the benefits of having all the society of peoples around you, you do get marriage options for a while. Royal marriages, they count as royal marriages. But eventually, once enough of your people are married off, the AI doesn't want to do them anymore, I don't think. So you end up having to do noble or lowborn marriages. We don't have anyone particularly young here to pair with my 16-year-old son, so I'm just gonna marry him to a lowborn. Which does... This one doesn't lower stability, but it lowers legitimacy and prestige. We can afford a little bit of legitimacy loss, so I will do this. I've been neglecting the education of my children, which I should rectify, because a lot of your children, especially out here, we can have 4 spouses in Cahokia, so we end up with a ton of children, which does come with the benefit of having a ton of advisor choices. As long as you keep marrying off different branches of your dynasty. I've let a lot of them die out. So the children of my first ruler, the AI doesn't marry it by itself if they're just like an unimportant branch of your dynasty. You have to go do it manually, and I neglected that, so all these branches over here have died out, I think. It would be nice if you could automate marriage of your dynasty members, although I think it's probably intended for the extra branches to die out. I would assume just for game performance, if not readability of your dynasty tree as it gets extremely large. Alright, I'm gonna have to go through all these people, and we've got a military education here. Your female family members, even though they can't by default be on the council, I go to one of my sisters. You can grant them cabinet rights, so you can put them in your cabinet anyway. It just costs some legitimacy. But it's still worth giving them a good education in something, so you have a better choice of advisors later on. Alright, shrewd. Military or admin. Your stats all balanced, but let's give you admin. This child, admin. This child is an idiot, that is unfortunate, but just so the pop-up goes away, I will give them an education. They're best in military. Here we've got Diplo. It'd be nice if this was color-coded to show which type of ability they would get for the ones that give it to a specific one. Although I guess some of them give it to 2, not just 1. Maybe it's not worth doing that. This person can have anything. They're almost of age anyway, but their best is military, so their last year can have military education. This person can have anything, and their best is admin, but I haven't been giving anyone Diplo, so let's give this person Diplo just so we have more options later. This person is Diplo. And that's it for our children. There's several laws I have not codified. Do I want to do that? I don't want decentralization. Currently I'm pretty far into centralization. Centralization is basically just better than decentralization. I kind of feel like they need to buff decentralization at some point. Or maybe make centralization worse. Like maybe it should lower your vassal loyalty or something to go centralization. Proximity cost is quite big, since control is such a vital part of this game. Crown power is also nice, of course, because crown power starts giving you a whole host of bonuses. That's a massive trade income buff. I didn't actually know it gave that much. Not that we can do any trading as Cahokia. We can technically see 2 other markets, but we can't actually trade with them. I don't know if we need to be able to see the market capital for them. Maybe. So for legal code, until we have another option, I'm just gonna not choose anything for this. Military policy, there's no one to even fight. We could just boost our burger satisfaction. We don't have any... Oh, this is maritime policy. We don't have any coast, so almost none of this matters currently. Can we actually build ships on Lake Michigan? I haven't looked at that. Maybe? It looks like you can. You just need to have an actual wharf. Interesting. I suppose it is for maritime presence. Because then you can easily propagate control anywhere else in the connected lakes, I would assume. This is considered terra incognita. I don't know how exploring works. Would I manually be able to send a boat into terra incognita? Or would I need an explorer? Because I can't actually get explorers yet. Because that's an age of discovery. I'll have to get so much tech from the Europeans before I can actually get that. Although it kind of looks like you could just explore anyway. You just need manpower, which I also don't think I can get manpower until I have whatever gives you sergeantry. Unless I already have that building. Oh, I do have sergeantry, so I could get some manpower. I'm gonna do that. I don't think I need to be spending money on Diplo when there's no one to do diplomacy with. Fort maintenance. Where do I have a fort? Stockade. I guess the nobles can build this. I'm gonna assume the nobles built this stockade because I don't think I built it. Isn't there a screen where I can see what my estates have built? Yes. It doesn't show as an estate building. I guess I built it at some point. Now that I have stability, well, now that stability doesn't matter as much, I can use some of it to get rid of some of these privileges, I think. It only gives us a small amount of equilibrium. I don't think I'm going to have any rebels anytime soon. I'm basically monoculture. I've had a lot of time to just assimilate any of the tribes I get. We are almost fully Cahokian culture, except for where we're actively settling down the rivers. I don't know what rivers these are. I think this river... Is this river right here the Mississippi? I'm not actually sure. I think it is, because I'm pretty sure Cahokia is on the Mississippi. Where am I actively settling? I am a bunch of places, but mostly around here. I do have high control along this whole side, so I would still have decent control, I think, in all of these provinces along the east, which is probably why I set up charters in those areas. There's decent population over here. Some of it's probably our people moving there. Not here. Here it is. 3,000 of our people are already here. I don't think I need piracy law anytime soon. So I could get this satisfaction equilibrium. How much can I currently tax them? I can tax them almost fully without them needing to be happier. Who I cannot tax fully are the nobility and the clergy, apparently. So I could give them some extra privileges to make them happier so I can tax them more. Tribes don't really give anything anyway, so there's no point. I think I've gotten rid of most of the tribesmen as well. We go society, people. Oh wait, I could just see it here. We have 27,000 tribesmen, which is very little compared to our total population. Although everywhere we colonize, we're just acquiring more tribesmen. So this estate is probably not going to disappear completely, even though we at all times have very few. What do these do? Tribe levy doesn't really matter to us. This doesn't do anything for us. I mean, we could just get free expand farming cost discount. I don't think I'm going to be doing that anytime soon, but sure. None of these other things would really benefit us. Our religion is also pretty... Yeah, the entirety of our country is the same religion. Our nobility only have 2 privileges. They have elite council, gives agenda impact and aristocracy, which is fine. We have land rights, which is also fine. What do we get from them having estate power? Levy and fort limit, which doesn't really matter. Although the more nobles we have, the more consumer goods they will purchase. Is that the category of buildings I'm thinking of? Yes, consumer goods. The more nobles we have, the more buyers for things like fine cloth we have. Cultural influence seems quite important for things like assimilating and integrating new cores. It speeds it up a lot when you have high cultural influence versus their culture. I assume all of the cultures around us will have no cultural tradition, which is the defensive stat. I mean, we barely have any influence either, but... What is this coming from? Library. We can only have one library here. So we'll need to make more towns if we want more libraries. How much does a town cost? A lot. How beneficial would it be to build more RGOs? I think so we need more salt. Which we don't need. Although, I mean, it would still raise our tax base just a little bit. This is in high control area. It'll lower the price of salt a bit, but I assume it'll still be making a decent amount of money if it's telling me 3 here. Fiber crops, which we also don't really need. What are they used by? Spinners Guild. I mean, we'll probably be building more of those. I assume we're using... What is this a method of? So we're using fiber crops instead of wool. Do we even have any wool? I guess not. We could also be using cotton, which is more efficient. 0.8 instead of, I assume this is 1. We don't actually have these cotton provinces right now, or cotton locations rather. Our tannery is not making money. Why not? I'm going to assume it's because we don't have enough tools. I think I'm going to stop assimilating people, and I'm going to force people to move to this location with our stone mine. Because we just need more stone. Let's build this up fully. This person has the best military ability. Expel people. I'm using Cahokia to colonize, so I don't want to take pops from there. These are high control areas. This one's a little less controlled, if I remember correctly. Let's take some people from down the Mississippi a bit. And encourage them to move here. What else do we have? Missing tools, we know that. We also need more dye. We even have beeswax? I don't think we have bees. What needs beeswax? Temple, I guess, for candles. Well, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Because there is no beeswax anywhere that we can see. Dyes. There's also no dyes, but I believe there is a building that can just make dye out of wood. We have 3 dye makers that can only be built in towns or cities, looks like. I have up to 12, so we can just build more of these in Cahokia when we have money. Back to our estates. This is fine. Centralization's good. Do we want anything extra? I like agenda impact. Makes parliaments a lot easier. Don't need pop assimilation, don't need levy size. Efficiency of cabinet's not bad. Possible clerics could be good. What do clerics buy? I mean, clerics contribute to our research in some way. I don't remember where it said it, but I know they contribute to our research in some capacity. It depends on like the number of clergy you have that are of your liturgical language or something. Maybe it just doesn't matter to us currently. I want to see a breakdown of literacy stats. Maybe I can see that in here. I guess these headers up here are not lined up correctly. So inside of Cahokia, we have a bunch of bonuses to literacy. Or at least a couple. We have a library and we have the special Woodhinge building, which slowly is raising everyone's literacy here. Literacy impacts our research progress. What else does it do? Price impact needs. Does it only affect price impact and research? We don't actually need the research speed yet. We're not quite to the end of the research queue we can currently do, but once we've filled that out, there's nothing we can even research until we actually get the institutions from the Europeans. But it looks like outside of the Cahokia location itself, it's just our clerics and nobles. Clerics and nobles have 22% literacy outside of the actual capital, which is extremely slowly going up to a cap of 33. In Cahokia, the cap was higher. Why was that? Just because the library and the temple. Our peasants and laborers actually have 18% literacy, which is higher than I was expecting. It is, again, just because of written alphabet, it's just very slowly going up. And everything down here is probably new conquest. Or newly colonized anyway. I think I'm almost ready to actually get going. Was there anything I wanted to give the nobles? Maximum tax would be good if they were actually happy enough to tax them fully, but we're barely taxed them as it is. Innovative is nice. I don't know how far we are currently, but we're actually really far towards innovative. Yeah, we don't need to worry too much about that. This will be good when we actually have to fight someone. If we're ever capable of fighting anyone, if we can catch up in tech. Efficiency of cabinet is quite good. But it is only 5%. How much are we actually missing from not taxing them? If I could tax the nobles like 5%. Or 5% higher for their satisfaction anyway. Which is only a few clicks. we're not actually gaining that much money. I don't think it's worth giving them a bunch more power. We've given the burghers a lot of rights. This is just good. Decentralization, I'm not a fan of. How much prosperity do we currently have? We are very prosperous because we don't have to fight any wars, so everything just ticked up to 100 and is staying there. So that doesn't really matter. We have lower maximum tax currently from this. How much are we taxed? We are taxing them not quite fully. But we only have one city, so we don't make a ton from them anyway, so I don't think it matters too much right now. It only costs 16 to get rid of something. I'm gonna get rid of this decentralization market fairs one. Which will upset them for a little while, but they'll be fine eventually. We've given the commoners several things as well. Free subjects. Do I want free subjects or serfdom? I think I was leaning towards serfdom for this game. Oh, outward inward is new. Is that new for Age of Discovery? I don't know that it tells me here, but... Power projection, diplo capacity, monthly colonial migration is pretty good. Ooh, okay, this one is an interesting choice. Town power, monthly control increase, cultural tradition. For me, I mean, outward seems like the obvious choice. I am going to be colonizing for quite a while. When I'm done moving some pops around, I'm going to put one of my counselors to move towards outward a little bit. Was there anything we could give the burghers back after we took away the one thing from them? I mean, there are things we could give them, but I don't think I particularly need any of these specific things at the moment. Commoners also have the ability to migrate around. Common militias, which doesn't matter to us right now, but could in the future. I don't like this one, hunting permits. We barely have any wild game right now. We have a few over here by Lake Michigan. There's a bunch to the west of us that we could get, but no one lives over here. We'd have to send people there to even work those RGOs, and then we wouldn't be able to tax them anyway because there's no control. And I'm trying to get towards serfdom instead of free subjects anyway. I'm gonna remove hunting permits for now. Partial yield, I would also like to get rid of. I need as much maximum RGO size as I can get, even if it's just for these two stone RGOs. Make tools. And we could get some more, could tip it a bit more towards serfdom. We could actually start moving the bar towards serfdom if we got rid of that. And this, importantly, this doesn't give the commoners any estate satisfaction. This is where we get most of our tax from, so we need them to be happy. But removing this doesn't actually lower their equilibrium point. We will temporarily be losing money because we can't tax. Oh, that's actually, we're close to not having money now because I started building some stuff. Do our estates have enough money to loan to us? We do have almost 2,000 available to borrow. That's good. I played in a few multiplayer games over the weekend. One of them especially is Denmark, who starts out with a ton of debt. But irregardless of that, like 50 years into the game, my estates are still not making money, any of them. So there's no money available to take a loan. So in that game, if I click an event that where I have to spend money and I go into negative, I just instantly bankrupt. Just not fun. So you got to be careful of that. I'm gonna give the commoners back anything just to raise their equilibrium a bit. Most of our economy is from RGOs. We only have the one city as well. We could just take a slight production efficiency hit and grab means of production. I think we're towards traditional economy anyway. I think I wanted to stay on that for now because it gives our raw materials a big output boost. Whereas in Europe, well, at least in Central and Western Europe, capital economy probably ends up being much better since they're already built up so much. I think I'll take that hit. Grab means of production. I could also, I mean, I could go for free levies for the extra equilibrium as well because peasant levy size doesn't matter to us at all at this stage of the game. But it would mean I can't go towards serfdom. At least not very far into it. Right now, we have 0 trending in either direction, so I can put a counselor on it and move it to like 20 maybe. The pop promotion speed from it is pretty good. Oh, that's actually from... I was looking at the wrong thing. Pop promotion's actually from free subjects. Why did I want serfdom? Oh, probably from maximum tax from peasants, which is where we get all of our money from. So it's harder to build up our towns, but we would get a lot of max tax from it. To actually raise our maximum taxes, we would have to give them another privilege or two to raise their happiness equilibrium, though. Maybe I should have kept them with hunting permits then. And I can always give it back to them. But then I can't because that just moves it back to free subjects. It actually seems... So to get serfdom, I kind of have to go towards decentralization. it won't start trending there until it's, or it won't start lowering from centralization until it's actually trending towards decentralization. So I have 0.3 to play with. Like I could grab commoners in the administration. I think I'll do that. Alright, let's actually get going. I'm building up the sergeantry so we can actually test out exploration, which I think it will let us do. I do need to build some bridges along here, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff I need to do with money. Oh yeah, I've got a bunch of random alliances with the Society of Peoples, which doesn't really matter. I don't think they're even... I don't know if they're even capable of declaring war. I haven't seen it yet. Cabinet cooperation. Our humanist policies have reduced jealousy between our advisors, since they can no longer play on the religious and ethnic divisions within the country. Everyone is working for a state that they have faith in, and there is trust in the cabinet. Just a random event giving us legitimacy and prestige is nice. I like the event art. This is one of these domed buildings. I wonder which of the societies in North America had these buildings. It's what the buildings look like on the art for the North American set as well, and the little building models. But I don't actually know what culture these buildings are from. If I had to guess, maybe the Adenosani have these types of buildings. I'm not sure. Our nation is surrounded by territories as yet unclaimed by any of our rivals. Our ambition to expand the lands belonging to the crown has taken root amongst our people as nationalistic fervor, and a new private company has established itself with the intention of bringing settlers to the lands of Chihuahua. Where's Chihuahua? Down here. To claim the territory for Glory Gold Duke and their company. Should we permit their expansion, they will bring a great deal of settlers to the province and rapidly expand Cahokian influence in the area. I wonder if this just spawns people out of thin air, because it doesn't say they're coming from anywhere. We do need money though. Am I colonizing this province already? I don't think so. Maybe? Yes. I still think it's worth it. I think we take the money. It is for the greater good. Oh, I didn't notice one of our cabinet members died. Let's get our first cousin. Time to choose new advances. Let me go glance at what tree I'm actually researching. This is all we've got left, I believe. Down towards legislative efficiency, fort limit, doesn't matter. What does legislative efficiency do? How quickly we can implement laws, government reforms, and estate privileges. I forgot that those take time. Yeah, so this stuff I gave the commoners is not implemented. Oh, it is fully implemented already. Wonder how long it took then. Our ruler is calm, and he will soon get a second trait. Anyway, back to the tech tree. This tech tree is very annoying to navigate around. I really hope they condense it a bit so you can see more of it at a time. Construction speed is always nice. Food production we don't really need. We make over 1,000 food last time I checked. We're going to need institution growth when we actually meet someone, but all this stuff will be researched by then. I mean, none of this really matters. I'm just gonna queue all this up. I think that is all tech that we can still research. One of our children is of age. Let's give them someone to marry. I don't think I mentioned it before, but as you expand into the pop-based countries around you, you get their characters for your cabinet choices. You already have them for marriage choices for the most part in the royal marriage tab, but they start showing up in selecting a noble to marry. And you can put the chiefs of those tribes on your council when they're in your nation. It always tells me this, but there's nothing I can do with this trade capacity. There's no one to trade with. This... They should be happy before this actually triggers rebels. Another daughter has reached 16. Or maybe that was the same one and I never clicked on it, I'm not sure. What does having low legitimacy actually do for us, or do against us? Just a little bit of a state satisfaction? That's fine for now. Just means a little bit less taxes. Temporarily. We could afford to colonize more, but I think I want it to build up so I can get more buildings. How many more people do we need? Actually, is anyone migrating here? Yes, some of them. Some of them are going elsewhere as well. Where are they going? Just wherever they want. We have a few people migrating out of our country, which is interesting. It's barely anyone though, so shouldn't matter too much. How much lumber do we have? There's a lot of tiles where we can build up lumber, but we have a small surplus. We don't need any more maize. We have tons of maize. There are a lot of people down here though. I'm trying to determine if it's worth building bridges to increase control just a little bit down here yet, or if I should wait. I kind of want to place a city in, or a town in Moangwena. So I need to extend my road there. I'll also place a town somewhere down here along the river where I've already got a road. It lowers the amount of RGO you can build there. So ideally somewhere that I don't care too much about the RGO. Do we have farmland? No, the best we've got's grassland. I ask because farmland gives at least 100,000 local pop capacity. So sometimes I feel like it's probably worth it to put a town on farmland, even though you're gonna get a lot less food from it. This is all woods though, so it's all gonna be about the same. Moangwena is also woods. I wonder if it would be better to place it on this. I mean, woods has 50k pop capacity. Grasslands is the same. You just get penalties to several other things. I actually want to check proximity going through woods where there's a road. Only 12%. It's not terrible, but it is apparently much easier to propagate control through where there's not woods. Oh, I didn't realize our capital is actually considered woods. It's probably worth building a road all the way to Lake Michigan. I think this is Lake Michigan anyway. I don't live over here, so I don't actually know which lake is which. I could put a town on one of these wild game locations. I don't care too much about wild game. I mean, I guess I probably want a town actually on the coast so I can build a wharf, but I don't know that I want it here because I kind of need sand and this is the only sand RGO I have. Otherwise I have to build the generic building for more sand. How much? I mean, I guess we don't actually use that much. We will though. Probably gonna build up glass and tanneries a lot at some point. Sand is really cheap though. Its base price is like 0.5. I think it's probably worth building a town here anyway. Did I build a bailiff here? Yes. I don't think that matters much though. Maybe it does. So we're jumping upstream for 14. I guess it's actually using the road here. So we've got a road through here. Then here it's going upstream, which is pretty expensive. Here is considered downstream along a river. Interesting. And then it's full cost. I mean, we can reduce this by like at least 25. Which would leave probably around 40 control in this area. Then it'll have to jump again. So this, we're only going to end up with 25 or 30 control here, even if we build a town. Town adds 5%. Actually, I guess it gets 20 from being a core. Town adds 5, which is 25%. And I think we'll also be able to get a little bit, at least like 10 or 15% from the capital if we build roads here. So we'll end up with like 40 or 45. I don't think that's worth building right now, maybe later. I mean, this isn't amazing either. We might be able to get like 75 control here with a town and roads there. Maybe it's just not worth building towns that far away yet. What do we build, or what's the RGO of Imasulia? Legumes? I don't think I need more legumes. I think those are everywhere. We make tons of them. The RGO is everywhere. Also here, we could make... I did not mean to queue that up. We could also make a town in Iwariwa. I don't particularly care about this fiber crops anyway. We could make it here as well. Clay and salt I think we're going to need. This is our only salt province. So we get this one up here. Clay we have a few, but I remember running out of clay not that long ago. When we already have the road built here. Might just put a town here on Tamaroa. I actually need the money though, so let's build up some money. We could do Parliament. There is a Parliament debate to make a town, but I don't think we have that one here. Let's go for cheaper roads temporarily. I am completely fine with breaking an alliance, it doesn't matter, with the Society of Peoples. Where do I actually want to put this road? Maybe here. Because from here, wait, this is, oh, this would be upriver still. All this stuff flows over here into the Mississippi. Might still be worth it. I do also want a road over towards this way because this is a river. So if we build a road to Ambra, we'll get more control down the river. Possibly. We do already have pretty high control, so maybe it doesn't matter. Is this considered downriver from Kaskaskia? Yes. And this is as well. Let's extend our road to Amasulia and get some more around here. I also want to go east, but I'll wait till we actually colonize this stuff. That is an expensive road. Why is this so expensive? We already have a road here. We're just building to here. What the heck? How long does this debate even last? 171 days? We're not gonna have enough money for that. Let's just build our road to Amber then. Oh well. We have a lot of support. We could grab one of these requests. Is there any law we even want to change? I think I chose every law myself as I unlocked them, so I don't think there's anything that needs to be changed. Maybe censorship? Just to start building up more cultural influence. Yeah, I think all of our other laws are fine. Where are we on belligerent versus conciliatory? We are very conciliatory. So taking something to move it a bit would not currently matter. I might grab this just to raise the clergy's happiness equilibrium. I believe we're also moving towards, or I wanted communalism. Religious Advisory Council's not bad. Possible clerics. Oh, that was what I was looking at earlier. I kind of want that too. I'm gonna grab religious land rights. And I'm also going to grab efficiency of cabinets. That will mean we can tax the clergy a bit more. Well, wait, why can I mint all of a sudden? Did we get gold or silver somehow? Am I able to mint? Oh, I guess it's just lying to me. Yeah, because we don't have gold or silver. We can't mint. Life in Cahokia. Oh, this is the people from far-fetched areas want better accommodations event. I can just take the support hit. We have plenty of support. Unlawful private collections. Several families of the nobility have been caught sponsoring the creation of illicit art, which clearly violates the ordinances set by our religious censorship laws. I guess this is what we get for having censorship. I mean, y'all can just exchange money. That doesn't affect my taxes. Oh yeah, I need more tools. Do I need more stone first? Yes, we still need stone. How many more people need to migrate? Oh, we have... This is the wrong province. This one. Enough people have migrated now. We just need them to actually promote. Our other stone also has enough people. Let's build that. Let us stop expelling people. There were some tribesmen that I need to be peasants in that stone producing province, so let us settle tribesmen there. Instead of migration, we could raise development some more. What exactly does development do for us? RGO size, buildings, building cost, local proximity cost is good. Let's get some more development then. Another daughter to marry. We're getting quite low on legitimacy. I may not marry this one off. Yeah, I'll hold off on that. We're about to finish this. Treating guilds right. It is no secret that guilds grow most when helped by the state. Be it through funding, exclusivity deals, or special privileges, their organizations greatly benefit from state aid and in turn help command the economy in favor of the nation. Today, several guilds are fighting for state support in the vicinity of Charqui. We have various guilds to choose from, but only the resources to privilege one of them. You can grab commoners temporary estate satisfaction. We don't need any trade advantage. There's no trade going on. Or prestige and clergy satisfaction. I forget what prestige gives you. Cultural influence, diplo rep, market attraction. None of this matters too much to us right now. Our commoners are upset because we just changed around their privileges a bunch. I will just grab Miller's Guild. Unfortunately, colonizing this stuff doesn't actually give us a vision. When we get 250 manpower, I can check if it actually lets us explore. It does say no locations available to start constructing exploration. But it doesn't tell me what this means. Which is a bit annoying. The return of the barter. I guess we take this opportunity to move us a little bit further towards traditional economy. That'll put us at max, actually. Sure. How much wood do we have in our market? Why was I expanding this? Called lumber. We have a small surplus. I mean, this is clearly not being constructed, so I'm just going to cancel that. Our road here is done. What is that doing for us? A little bit. It helps. Are we actually colonizing this thing? Yes. We aren't doing this one yet, though. A bunch of these are almost done. Some of them... Why do we have no colonial progress? Do they not have enough tools, possibly? Yes. We are very slowly promoting peasants to laborers and tribesmen to peasants. Eventually we'll have some more stone. That's not tools. How many of these can we have here? 12? We're gonna need more than that. Do actually need to build... oh, that's granaries, my bad. 12 tools. We can... I will have to make my second town pretty soon. Let's queue up some more of these. Queue up the max amount of tools. Now I'm just going to save up money until I can build a town. I really hope we can get some explorers, because I really want to make it to the coast so I can find the Europeans as quickly as possible. Should I be paying to raise my stability maybe? That's kind of, it's really expensive though for us anyway. You don't have a trait yet. My grandchildren? Yes. None of you have a trait yet, so there's no point in giving you an education. With our free cabinet slot, I'm just gonna start in the areas we're colonizing, just start settling the tribesmen there so we can actually tax them. At least in this area where we can actually get control. I'm gonna need, what, like 300? 400? Getting towns are really expensive. How long do you think this is gonna take? Burghers complained. The burghers representing the rising class of merchants and urban dwellers have voiced their grievances about the clear favoritism towards the nobility displayed by our duchy. They argue that policies supporting the traditional privileges of the aristocracy come at the expense of the burgeoning urban economy, stifling trade, innovation, and the growth of cities. We can gain prestige to lose burger satisfaction, or we can go towards plutocracy. Where are we at on that scale? We are all the way to aristocracy. But I guess at this point I kind of just want to keep it there. No pain, no gain. Anilco is almost done. I think I want to grab this province next. We should be able to get decent control of this whole area. I think that was this province, yes. Really annoying that we can't see into Mississippi. Oh, I did want to see what the clergy actually buy. Robber barons. Come to that in a second. The clergy, if I go to their balance sheet, the clergy like cloth, books, fine cloth, paper, maize. Everyone likes fine cloth. It just seems like a very good resource to build up. The burghers are concerned with the great influence of the nobility in our state. They claim that many lower members of the nobility are disregarding the peace and laws of the land, using their positions of power and the lands that they hold to impose unreasonable tolls and taxes for passing traders. Some are even said to attack and waylay merchants, robbing or extorting them. Our burghers are very upset right now, and they're the ones that actually have a rebel group building up, so I am going to side with the burghers on this one. Someone's building a local shrine, the clergy. What does this actually do? Just gives them a bit of extra clergy power, basically. Because this whole area is the same religion as us. Up here it could be a problem. If they get one of these down before we convert. Our ruler's uncle has passed away. One of our most gregarious members of the nobility has returned from a tour where he regaled foreign courts with stories of our grandeur. Not to mention spending handsomely out of his own pocket. Only a great land could create such a welcome guest. At least they are good for something. Well, let's just tax the nobles slightly more. We all have traits yet. Shrewd. Let's give you admin. Stubborn. I'll just give you military because that's your highest stat. Alright, now that a couple of those are done, let's get a new colony going. Create colonial charter in Cahokia. Just grab migrants from Cahokia. And I also want one here in Wea. There's barely anyone here, so it should be pretty quick to colonize as well. We have been slowly depopulating Cahokia itself. We may have to encourage some migration back to it at some point. Although, for now, our city is not big enough for it to matter. We have plenty of peasants still. Still very slowly promoting to labors for our stone mines. Which we can expand a bit now. I keep forgetting that I'm saving up for a town and spending all my money. I could stop this colonization for a while, but this also should end up with decent control, so I do want it. What is our most expensive colony? These two. I mean, this one's not gonna... I'll just let it go. I'll stop messing with it. Ambitious. Let's give you a Diplo. You're also ambitious and good at Diplo. We'll give you that as well. Yeah, this is going fairly quickly. Urbanization. While only a small portion of our population lives in the cities, the growing prosperity of the burghers is attracting an increasing number of people from the countryside. Or have taken up residence outside the city walls where filthy suburbs have sprung up and disease thrives. That is unfortunate. We can very slightly improve development, or actually we don't even have enough money to do that. We'd have to go into loans. Or we can take a prosperity hit. How long would it take us to build the prosperity back up? We would take a hit of what, 30? 15. It would take us 44 months to build that back up. Just to check and make sure that I can take loans. Yes, we have 1,700 available to borrow. I will take the loan. We could get a random artist, although we don't have the tech that lets them actually work or let us spend money on art, so I don't think they can actually make anything for us. Maybe just having them gives like a few extra events that can happen, I'm not sure. Our burgers are still upset. Oh, but this is just equilibrium. Let's just do the art one and see how it goes. I don't want to do either of these things. That's kind of unfortunate. Isn't there... Can't I change who is in my parliament somehow? Maybe there has to not be an active parliament for me to do that. quite nice random event to just give us 10% though. We're very close now. Burst of administrative thought. 10% cabinet efficiency. Alright, I'll take it. This colony's almost done now. We do still have decent proximity here. It is falling off about here though. Does it give me an estimate anywhere how long it thinks it's going to take? Some more education to give out. You are a prodigy. Interesting. What stat do I really need? We've already got someone really young who has 100. And this guy's amazing. 100 military, 95 admin. Are there any diplomatic actions that we actually use a lot? Assimilation, maybe? Let's get another person good in admin. This is the right guy, right? Yeah. You are getting... Well, actually, this is really expensive though, right? 250. I don't think I want to take out loans for 250 ducats just to get this one prodigy kid. Really good stats. I'm just going to give him an admin and be done with it. Our family tree slowly dying off. Oh, I should have explorations. We need 100, and I still don't know what it means by no locations available to start constructing. So I still don't know if we're actually going to be able to do this or not. I mean, has our army seen any days? We've fought no wars. You are gregarious. You're getting a Diplo education. I hope we can automate this at some point. It seems like an obvious thing to add automation for. The commoners are building a scriptorium. Interesting. So many children. Hey, you're getting military education. are getting Diplo education. Military education. I'm gonna check the wiki and see what it says about exploration. I don't see anything about the starting progress having to be anything specific. Oh, actually, I have enough money I can check now. Still doesn't say we can't. No locations available to start constructing. Does it need a specific good we don't have? I mean, the wiki says colonies need cloth, salt, medicaments, weaponry, and tools. I don't know if exploration also needs that, but we should have all those things. We are still short on tools, but... Oh wait, we can't. We can do Michigan. Why is Michigan the only thing we can explore? Does exploration have to start from like a coastal province then? Because we're so adjacent to Mississippi, but we cannot explore it. That's kind of strange. Well, let's go explore Michigan then. We will send our best man. Commoners upset. With our increasing focus on defense, we have been clearing land around our fortifications to dig moats and create clear fields of fire. The people occupying some of the land have reacted in a most disloyal manner. I don't know what triggers this event. Does just having a fort trigger it? We have a fort in Cahokia. But I don't think we're... I guess we are fairly defensive. It could be triggered by this as well. It's kind of annoying though. That knocks our tax down for a little while. Or maybe, I guess not. I guess this slider, when it's automated, just stays at where the equilibrium will go to. So it doesn't actually lower our tax when the commoners are upset. Unless they just refuse to pay taxes. Which they might if they're like under 25%. I know they stop paying levies when they're under 25%. Yeah, I guess tax does not affect the monthly change, it only affects the equilibrium. A hunting accident? Was this my heir? Of course it was. His body has been draped, by whom none know, in a white cloth now stained red by his lost vitae. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that or not. They say he was found by his horse in a clearing in the woods. We know the place they speak of. His face is calm, almost serene. The courtiers reach out to touch. The terrible reality of the situation dawns on all. The cold felt by all is that of death. Sorrow overtakes the court. I wonder if this is the background also used for the fur building. At least I thought you could see a background for different buildings somewhere. Oh yeah, here it is. For the good itself, rather. I quite like them. We don't have anyone to sell fur to, so it's not too valuable to get more of it. But oh well. It'd be nice to have tobacco. We don't have tobacco yet. This person I should marry off. For some reason I never notice when one of my counselors dies, or cabinet members. I think we're almost completely through the advances tree that we have access to now. Missing liquor. What is that for? The exploration needs liquor? Can we even make that? Oh, I guess we can. Maybe. Can we make beer? Okay, so we're gonna have to make corn into beer, and then we can make beer into liquor. Interesting. What else does this need? So we can get 3 random pieces of art, which I'm pretty sure this event, over time, the church destroys these one by one. But we get to keep them for a while. I believe they raise cultural influence. Or we can just destroy them immediately. Which our clergy are fine right now. I don't think we need to get more clergy satisfaction. So let's grab some temporary art. What the heck? Why do I have so much stuff? Where did this even come from? What the heck? Do the pop-based countries have works of art and that I just get when I absorb them? Is that what's happening? It's kind of strange. Oh, this is one that I got from an event previously and then was destroyed at some point. Interesting. I guess we already had all the other goods we need. We just need liquor. Let's check on our stone mine. Oh, it's almost fully employed now. Do we still need more stone? Not currently, but I assume we need more tools, which means we probably need more stone, yeah. Our tools building is fully employed, so we need another town so we can make more tools. Which means I need to stop colonizing so I can actually build up some money. Once these are done, of course. No art worth patronizing. I am sure things will change. Oh, we've got our liquor now. Actually, I'm curious. I don't think we had beer or liquor before. How much demand is there for those things now? A little bit. Peasants want both. Here we go, our first exploration. Our explorers have completed their preparations and are setting off into the unknown to start exploring the lands of Michigan. We wish them good luck and Godspeed, even though I think we have a different set of beliefs here. Still not quite sure why we have no locations available to explore anywhere else and we can only explore Michigan. It is strange. We have our second trait now, which is just more legitimacy, which we do need. That's a quite good trait for us to get. Parliament members and scandal. A minor scandal has occurred in Cahokia during the current debate. It seems that rather than attending the sessions personally, some members of the parliament were out disturbing the peace and harassing their fellow countrymen. The outrage is great, both among their peers and in the streets, and this incident is likely to haunt future parliaments for years. It's very dramatic. I think we're going to lose this anyway, because I'm not granting the nobles a privilege. It's not a bad privilege, though. Okay, now I'm tempted. Still wouldn't actually give us full support. I guess we'll just lose this debate. Oh. Oh well. Michigan has been discovered. Has it? Oh, I guess, yeah. This was incognito before. And now we don't have anything we can explore, and I don't understand why. I guess we'll be able to go further north because this doesn't have the no locations. We just need to get poor government policies. Our policies are evoking widespread discontent among the nobility. It seems they are misinterpreting them in a way contrary to our intentions, to the degree that our opponents hold them up as proof of the government's ill will and lack of interest in the welfare of our duchy. We can upset the nobles more, or we can lose some prestige, which we barely have any of anyway. And none of the bonuses matter too much to us right now, so let's just lose the prestige. Enough Cahokians move to wherever we're colonizing that everything just becomes a core, so I don't have to worry about integrating anything. You've got shrewd. Let's give you, let's see. Tannery is still not making. This is probably just because tools still. These two colonies have almost finished. We'll free up another 4 ducats a month. A wave of obscurantism. Recently, researchers in our duchy have published several works with radical theses that could prove destabilizing if widely disseminated. We could adopt for the easy path of obscurantism and suppress this knowledge, but is peace of mind really worth standing in the way of progress? We're about to run out of research anyway. Just take the stability. Another cousin has died off. We're down to 44 dynasty members. I don't think I've seen this one before. As of late, many outspoken members of our society, some with the means of producing and distributing scandalous pamphlets across the realm, have begun to be rather critical of our ally Umoho. However, our censorship policy allowed us to swiftly confiscate and destroy all these damaging works, protecting our ally from having to react to our people's opinions. I do not value any of our useless allies currently. I don't think either of these things matters, unfortunately. Colony of Away is done. We do lose proximity by this point, but I think it was still worth grabbing these that have a 50, 40 and 50 proximity. Patronage of, I think this is, I'm wondering if this is still bugged. Oh, this is not what I was thinking of. Never mind. This is something different. An eager artist within our court has approached our advisors seeking patronage, willing to morph their literary works around whichever subject we deem fit. In exchange, we would have to part ways with a modest sum for his services. It is said that Mandaguida Wasa's skills are versatile, and the result will likely please even our most cultured and artistic individuals. We don't need any research. We probably don't need stability. I don't think there's anything I want to spend our stability on right now. We don't need temporary estate satisfaction. We could do with some more cultural tradition and influence that builds up really slowly. We currently only have 5. Let's grab that then. Now we've got 15. It's a massive increase. Another rowdy child. Give you military education. Military theory. Military arms have always been a fascination for men everywhere. They have turned this fascination into concrete ideas that we can use. I assume this goes down over time. Army tradition decay 0.02. Poor harvest. Cahokia colony of Hukalissa has suffered a run of poor harvests, leading to food shortages. The colony is looking less attractive to new immigrants, while others are leaving to return home. This is harming the colony's prospects. Just unfortunate. Oh, are we able to do any more explorations? No? This needs sailors. Really annoying that it doesn't tell me why I'm not allowed to explore into Mississippi. I'm now tempted to put a town over here just so I can build up some sailors. Then at least I can explore into Ontario and hopefully meet Europeans sooner. Yeah, even though this is a much better place to put my town, I think I'm gonna put it over on Lake Michigan so I can actually explore a bit more. What do I need? 400? Another cousin perished. Oh. We have so many good choices for advisors. It's just annoying that you have to manually marry off all of your dynasty members to actually keep getting the options. Unhappiness among the commoners. Conflicts and protests with the commoners over taxes, landlord cruelty, expropriation, serfdom, and customs policies have recently become even more frequent than usual. If we do not manage to solve the problem soon, the consequences for our nation's stability could be dire. I'll just take the temporary satisfaction hit. $120 pop cap, 123. Oh wait, aren't fishing villages a thing? They give sailors, right? We could get a very small amount of sailors from these. I don't want to actually build. Did it say I need a wharf? Does not specify. I would need a wharf to actually build a ship though and put it here. Ah, screw it. I'm just gonna build a town here. How much is it to get a road over here? A lot. I mean, I don't need to build this up too much. I just want a wharf and, I guess that's the only sailor building, a wharf and fishing docks that we can build right now. Fishing villages. The burghers of Cahokia, an increasingly important trading city, have approached the Duke today, asking to be granted greater powers in order to make the region thrive without the hindrance of many of our normal taxes. Should we provide them with these means to grow, they assure us that the economy of the area would quickly improve, resulting in more wealth for the state. Local burger privileges just gives them power. I don't think we need to do that. If their rebels had still been building up, then maybe, but we can take the 15% hit, no problem. We still don't have anyone to actually royal marriage with. For some reason, the societies of people don't want a royal marriage anymore. And I don't really want to take the legitimacy hit of marrying them all off manually. Incompetent diplomacy. It is almost inconceivable how incompetent Duke Nikanauth Matto is when handling diplomacy. We do not know how he did it, but he managed to hurt our diplomatic standing in the world with a single letter of apology to an ambassador. This drops Diplorep and monthly diplomats, neither of which we are actually actively using. Where's our road actually going to end up going? Through here. Which is Cahokia and Cahokia. I'm gonna move development to here. I'm also going to move the Cahokian one to here. We could make our roads cheaper. What does develop the interior? Urban buildings cost. I'll take gravel road network. Then I can start expanding this way. It's only going to get one extra road for now, though. Sure. How much? Another 80. And this last, look at their half year still. They already want a seat in parliament. Sure. We're getting a lot of support. We could grab one of these requests. Request additional taxes. Only for 1 year. It raises maximum tax. Can we even... We could tax the commoners slightly more, but doesn't seem worth it really. We could change off of censorship. Try and raise our cultural influence a bit faster. I think I might do that. Sure. And then we can lessen noble levies, which we aren't using, for enough support. And I have enough money to build another road level. I might have enough to build another road before this goes up. Maybe not. I have loans available. I don't think that's worth it. I don't think it's worth paying interest just for the 20% road discount. Oh, I didn't realize that also moves us towards centralization farther. We should be getting pretty close to max. We're at 90 now. A local artist by the name of Manival Haka has approached Duke Nikanath Matto, offering to make a portrait displaying them as a is that how that's normally spelled? I don't think it is. Anyway, as a deity and savior of the nation, our lack of censorship laws make this issue morally gray. On the one hand, nothing is technically stopping this from happening, and such a work would probably bring prestige to the nation, but on the other hand, the subject is rather improper and impious, regardless of the law. Such a commission will certainly upset the clergy and their faithful. Oh, this would actually create us a work of art. I'll take an extra work of art. Regionally well-known portrait of a holy ruler. Gives us ever so slightly better promotion speed, which is nice. Alright, let's you know what? Do I even have access to the wharf? Oh, I do, okay. The wharf wants naval supplies and tar, which I think I have. Well, I do have a bit of tar. Naval supplies I do not have. Naval supplies need N, which we do not have any of. The Midu Minister. The Midu faithful have watched the rise of our with both interest and enthusiasm. To many, he has become proof that it is possible for someone to do well within the Cahokia state despite not belonging to the state religion. Our pops that follow the Midu religion will gain 10% satisfaction. That religion only exists right around here. I will probably convert most of them pretty soon anyway. What are you out of? Tools, of course. Oh yeah, because I have... I mean, do I really want to build up tools in this city? I almost have enough money to actually build the city I should have right here, so I think I'll wait to build the tools buildings. One of our ambassadors has a preternatural ability for understanding the entangling alliances that surround us, the implications of taking one wrong step or saying just the right words. How shall we use this great statesman? Keep him at court to reveal our secrets. We don't need the Diplo rep. Guild before country. When aristocrats warned us of the secret societies that had supposedly infiltrated Cahokia politics, we chose not to listen. They predicted that we might very well pay with our lives when this conspiracy turned against us. Nothing quite so dramatic has happened, but one of our close advisors has made some very dubious decisions lately, and eventually admitted that these were services to a secret society that he is indeed a part of. Other politicians are up in arms about this, and there is no avoiding a scandal at this stage. He is clearly not loyal to the nation. It is unfortunate that his stats are so good. We have someone who can replace him. Kind of. He's very good. And you can stay in your secret society. I'll take the money. Our colonies seem to be going plenty fast. Regardless. Another cousin. Liquor demand has gone up a bit. Why are we not supplying any? Oh. Probably because we have no pottery. And I think both the beer and the liquor require pottery. We have potters guilds. Why do we not have pottery? Is it once again because of a tools shortage? Yes. Does this also mean our wharf is going to do literally nothing because we don't have 0.1 tin? That would be unfortunate. Because tin does not exist in North America. We can get our other town now. Let's turn Tamaroa into a town. Then we can get some more tools going. Renewed focus on traditional practices. How close are we to max tradition? Traditional economy. We are at max. Well, let's keep it at max, I suppose. So positive legitimacy gives us extra crown power. And being under 50 just makes our estate's happiness equilibrium slightly lower. So if I want to actually marry off these people, it will cost me the rising crown power, I suppose. Yeah, I think I'll just leave them unmarried. Except for you. You are... If I go into Dynasty... Here's my heir. Yeah, you're my heir's first son. You need to be married off. Also, because my first heir died and this guy is now my heir, you probably need some more spouses so we can get more children. I guess I'll sacrifice my legitimacy. Oh, it's actually less legitimacy to marry a lowborn? I didn't realize that. Or less legitimacy cost, is what I mean. Oh, but the women cannot marry a lowborn. They have to marry a noble or a royal marriage, I see. Oh, another grandson. Oh, I forgot to give more spouses. More robber barons. Side with the burgers. Our wharf should be done now. Okay, it is still operating even though it's missing some stuff. A dispute has broken out between several extremely wealthy and therefore influential merchants over Cahokia trade policy. One group favors taking a mercantilist approach, calling for our duchy to ensure that the wealth generated by trade within Cahokia goes mainly to Cahokia traders and producers. The other faction dismisses this protectionist approach as old-fashioned and is in favor of free trade, which they claim would liberate them to seek profits around the world. I hate to break it to them, but we currently do not trade with literally anyone. Naturally, both sides consider the other to be highly unreasonable at best and dangerous in their misguided beliefs at worst. Free trade may be the future, but it is not the now. Just take the prestige. This is unfortunate. The naval supplies building operates at 0% because we don't have 10. But there's literally no 10 we can get. There might be copper, but there's no 10. I don't actually see copper either. Oh, whoops. Oh, there is one province or one location of copper up here. It's pretty far away from my borders though currently. Luckily it looked like our wharf was still working. Yeah. So we can still get sailors and build ships. Unless the ships happen to cost 10. No. We need more weapons yet? Wait, we make no weapons? What does that have a shortage of? Tools, of course. Well, now that we've got our town of Tamaroa, let's build up some more tools. Oh, our stone's fully employed. Let's get another level of stone as well. For our next town, I'm thinking maybe here on this fiber crops. Could also go on to one of these two, clay or fiber crops. And this one already has a lot of people. I think I'll put the next town here on Michigamia. I keep forgetting I'm gonna build... I can only build fishing here. I guess because this is urban now. Do we need fish? We have any fish even? No. Sure, let's get some fish. Are there enough people here to staff the fish? No. Let's build... I'm sure we can build some more settlements now. Yeah. Most of the places we've colonized don't have enough people, so we can build settlements for an extra 1% pop growth. Community defense, whether out of patriotic duty, love for their community, or lack of trust in our defensive capabilities. Communities all across our realm have begun to form community militias, small disorganized independent armies that can be summoned when a threat approaches them. Regardless of what the people may think about our military, it is admirable to see so many step up in the face of danger to protect what they hold dear. As a result, the number of commoners that can be called in times of need has soared. 15 years of recruitment speed and infantry maintenance cost reduction. Or drilling troops, monthly experience gain. I mean, I don't think we're even going to have a standing army in the next 15 years, so it's not particularly important, but I'll take their commitment will serve us well. Oh, we could build some more fine cloth now. I don't think we have access to sugar anywhere. I don't even know if sugar was in the New World. Yeah, we can't see any anyway. What can we get in our parliament this time? I don't think we're gonna need... Yeah, we have so much food. There's no reason to build farms anytime soon. For other RGOs, nothing is particularly profitable. Does still think salt will be profitable. I want to build this so it stops complaining to me. Because we already have enough salt. I guess it'll just still make enough money even when the price of salt drops a little bit. You've got intelligence. I'll give you a military education. How much lumber do we have? We're about even. We could do forestry. Hopefully we get an event to raise this a little bit, because I don't really want to lose more decentralization. Parliamentary traditions. One of the more difficult things about being a parliamentarian has less to do with the debates in Cahokia, but more with how to sell the debates and compromises to the people back home. Still, a local parliament member will often have an easier time explaining a new tax than would a collector sent by the central government in less representative systems. It seems that the parliament members in general, and the ones from Cahokia and Tannin in particular, have become so adept at defending policies that we have seen a resulting rise in the support of the central government as a whole. So we do get our extra support to tip it over the edge. Increase in commons. Across our country, an increase in the formation of commons. Shared land between the commoners has been noted. Of course, the burghers complain that the commons are an outdated method, one less productive than their conversion into enclosures. Enclosures is an interesting word to use here. The commoners vehemently oppose this idea, citing age-old rights and the importance of the commons to their livelihood. The decision now falls upon the state. Should we uphold tradition and allow the commons to flourish, or do we seek a path forward into the modernization of our agricultural framework? We can... I believe I'm at max traditional economy, but I'd like to stay there. So I will uphold the commons. The people can keep their communal land. Looks like our new town wants representation now. What are the burgers currently? They currently give us trade advantage and production efficiency, but barely any of it because we're just barely over the 50%. I'll just take the temporary hit to production efficiency and refuse them. I want this event to come up again in another parliament that I'm not already winning, so I can grant them the seat and get the 25% support if I need it. At 30%, we get a... well, it's only a 1% penalty to production efficiency. That's not that bad. We're not trading, so the trade advantage doesn't matter. There were some more settlements I could get. Let's get some more pop growth. I forgot to actually build any forestry while the parliament was going, so that was kind of a wasted discount. Oops. These two colonies are almost done. Let's get another one. Probably still want to go down here southward where these rivers are flowing. Well, this would be upstream. This river starts here. So the control down this way is upstream. Maybe it's not worth going. This one also flows this way. I'm assuming this river flows down to the coast though, so... this province is... oh, this is a big province. It's a massive province. The heck? It has like 9 locations in it. Could grab this one. Caligula. I need more money. I think I'm still fine taking people from Cahokia. It seems to just stick around 105k even though I'm sending people away for the colonies. Attracting the right people. By assisting our nobility in confining the serfs to their lands, we have greatly enriched the landed aristocracy. A wealthy nobility is one that can devote time to life's higher pursuits, and the lesser sons of any house of respect will count a great number of loyal and able artists, administrators, or other men of quality among their scions. Some are quite eager to pay the state back for the service it has done to their families. One of these has recently arrived at court to offer his services to the duchy. Who are you? Just a random courtier? With decent stats, though. Ooh, our cultural influence is growing by 1 now. Seems pretty good. I have another grandson to marry off. Gregarious, you shall have a diplomatic education then. What's our market value up to? 213? It hasn't grown very much. I think it was this like 40 years ago. I haven't really been building RGOs though. And we have no one to trade with anyway. Almost all of our taxes still comes from the commoners. It should start shifting a bit as I build up these new towns that I'm getting. I think I need to encourage some people to move here so I can actually have more building levels. Oh, there were some bridges I needed to build. To help push just a little bit more control to this town I built up here. Gallant. You can have a military education. Ambitious. You can have an admin education. Rowdy. You can have military. I think I'll stop buying things for a minute and save up for an actual road to this town. Really unfortunate that I can't actually explore to the coast. I assume some of the Europeans are actually exploring the Americas by this point. It's already 1473. And we have completely run out of advances to research as of like 5 to 10 years ago. Why am I not gaining sailors anymore? I should be gaining sailors. Oh, wait, is this my max sailor count? I can store 51. I need more fishing villages. I actually need to colonize more of Lake Michigan. Oh, a new artist. I'm just going to start colonies along the coast. Another ambitious child. Intrigues in Cahokia. A Piwa-Riwa official. Rise to high office has angered many of those closest to the Duke. Some senior members of some of the oldest Cahokia families in our country have approached our Duke, demanding that we relieve him of his position. So this is my extremely good 100 military, 99 Diplo cabinet member. I am not getting rid of him. A gallant child. You can have military. Another grandson to marry off. Why are you depopulating? Local fortification expert discovered. Our local administrators in Cahokia have reported that the locals have some rather intriguing ideas on how to create better fortifications. However, they are reluctant to leave their hometown. I mean, if their hometown is Cahokia, that seems completely fine. Okay, so why are people leaving here? Or have they already stopped? Well, I need these fishing villages to actually be manned, employed, so I'm gonna switch up my cabinet. Let's expel some people from Charkey. I don't have anything built up there yet. We're going to expel from Charkey. We will encourage migration to Kankakee. So many children. I feel like either your dynasty members need to matter slightly more, or you need to just be able to automate their education. And maybe also marriages. Okay, a lot of people are being expelled and most of them are not going to the intended place. Where are they going? They're mostly moving to this new colony here. Interesting. I mean, I guess that speeds up the colonization, I think. I'm pretty sure it just colonizes until you have a majority. They're actually not migrating to the colony, they're migrating to the one that's already colonized. I guess they just want to be here. Most of the migration attraction is because of the settlement I have here. Interesting. Did that say 2% pop growth? 1% is from the settlement. What's the other stuff from? Abundant free land. Interesting. I wonder how low the population needs to be to get that abundant free land modifier. I think I'll do road network again and actually finish my road. I mean, I don't want to use any of these requests. Y'all can wait a bit longer for your parliament seat. Five might be too many colonies. Maybe I should stick to like 3 at a time. 3 charters. A couple of them are about to be done anyway though. God, how many children are y'all having? need still another 2,500 people to move here. Oh, it's also all tribesmen that moved here. Wait, is that worked by peasants? Oh. I mean, I assume they're promoting. Slowly. We are really emptying out Charkey. Sickness of the Duke. The Duke has fallen ill and cannot handle all aspects of ruling Cahokia for the time being. How shall we handle this? Well, thematically, it doesn't make particular sense to give the commoners power, but mechanically, it makes the most sense to give them. I'll just give the nobles a little extra power for a while. In an effort to bind their family to Mato, Nicanauth Wesa has proposed that he should marry Mitsino Mato. This is our first cousin marrying our granddaughter. Also, you're 20 years older. This is an insult. Let's get another fishing village going. We're going to need a lot of these. Get up to 250. 250 is what it needed, right? Yes. Let's check up on our market again. Still need more tools as usual. Is our cloth shortage also because we don't have tools? Oh, it's because we don't have dyes. We can make some more dye. We need raw material production. Oh, it's in basic industry. Sure. Community education. The literate have begun to organize small and informal schools where the children and the lesser gifted learn to read and write. These community schools operate outside our systems, but provide an invaluable and selfless service to our communities. We can get 7 stability, or we can get 10 years of monthly literacy, which seems very good. We open up the ledger and look at our literacy. We have tons and tons of... Oh, is 1875 our cap? Yes. We do still have a lot of people not at our cap. Yeah, let's get 10 years of community schools. Free discussions lead to breakthrough. At long last, the constant philosophical debates and insufferable blabbering of intellectuals and philosophers allowed by our lack of censorship laws have actually led to a scientific breakthrough in the areas we are currently researching. What areas are we currently researching? We can gain 2.5 research progress on nothing. Or we can spend money and gain 10 research progress on nothing. I think I'll take the 2.5 on nothing. One of our colonies has suffered a run of poor harvests, leading to food shortages. The colony is looking less attractive to new immigrants, while others are leaving to return home. We cannot abandon them. Our sister-in-law and another first cousin has died. How old's our ruler now? 63. I didn't notice, but 2 of our spouses are also dead. There's no gold or silver that I can see, right? I don't think so. More unhappiness among the merchants. Reduced trade is fine. Our tar kiln is quite unprofitable. Why is this? because we have way too much tar and maybe not enough wood. We do not have enough wood. Maybe it's actually time to build another RGO. I'll expand 2 of them. There's tons of people down here. And I believe we still have decent control. Yeah, I've actually got better control way down here along the river than I do up here in the forest. Actually, I'm gonna cancel the one up here and build down here. Ooh, some of our farming villages must be getting staffed. We're up to 81 max sailors now. Oh, we have a new location. Let's grab another one. What did adding fish to our market put our fish demand at? The people demand more fish, then I shall give it to them. Oh, I should probably stop telling people to migrate here. No, we have like exactly enough. We just need them to promote. How many people are left in Cahokia? I think it's this one, so 38,000. Let's stop expelling. I guess I'll start converting these guys. Although I think it was just happening naturally anyway. Unless that's literally all just from people moving here. Not more insanity. Incompetent ruler. I don't think I've seen this pop up. What do I need for him to abdicate? Oh, never mind, he just died. Duke Paukisa Mato will now rule our glorious nation. I mean, he doesn't have amazing stats, but it's much better than what we just had. Okay, let's get our new heir some more spouses. still have so few tools. Disagreeing advisor. Nindola Gwalui Wesa, a member of our cabinet, has been a faithful servant so far, but now he seems to have let his prominence get to his head and has become insolent. He dares to denounce our great Duke Cahokia Mato's policies, and recently did so in public in front of foreign ambassadors. Even if there might be some grounds for these criticisms, we should not let open disparagement of the Duke become a habit. How good is he? Oh, he is very good. It was a good point. Military support in Cahokia. The army is in many ways the most influential internal force in Cahokia, and the members of the parliament who come from and are loyal to this influential organization have been persuaded to vote in favor of the current proposition. Great. I forget that the cabinet members contribute to the power of their estates. Both of our cabinet members are nobility currently. I think encouraging migration here is not enough. The people don't want to move there. I'd have to expel them from somewhere else, I guess. I could expel some people from over here. There's 40,000 people here and I have basically no control over here. Let's do that. From Nodaway. Now will people migrate? No. They're just migrating elsewhere. I guess that's not gonna work. What if I encourage you to go here? Naive relative. A close member of the Duke's family has proven utterly naive and keeps telling foreigners vital information publicly. She is a relative after all. There aren't any large enemies spy on us anyway. We're just very slowly clearing out the Society of Peoples. Another cousin has died. Unsurprising. Still says we'd make a lot of money from salt. I'll upgrade the salts more after I make another town. They want me to take out my really good advisor again. Well, not. The migration is still not working though, so just gonna move these guys to develop. Alright, let's get a new town in Michigamia. Another increase in commons event. I'll just uphold the commons again. Keep our traditional economy high. We have 1,400 surplus food. Does Cahokia even lose food? I don't think so. No. By a lot. But it does have a lot of maize, I suppose. I'm just gonna continue to marry off all the extraneous family members, just so I have more options in my cabinet. Though it is kind of annoying. Colonial disaster. Oh, it's only 5 ducats. I would like a road going down to the city now. Why would it want to go through here? instead of to the river than over here. Well, that's kind of expensive. I've already got the road here. Do I have a bridge here already? I do. So I've already built the bridge for the 5% discount. It's going downriver anyway, so I think building a road between these two does literally nothing. But building a road between this and Michigamia would be beneficial, I think. Because then I could build a bridge in Michigamia. Because it already gets downstream along river. Oh, it actually gets downstream along river from this province too. I see. So it's tracking through this one. So I guess I do actually need a road on this one so I can build a bridge here as well. Okay, I see why it wanted to build a road through this. The honest merchants of Cahokia. While many traders are known for lying about the quality of their goods and making fraudulent promises to foreigners and countrymen alike, Cahokia merchants are well known to be trustworthy if competitive. Although our merchants may sometimes cut deals that benefit themselves and not their trade partners, they rarely lie or take bribes. This has made Cahokia the first choice of traders around the world. Our very large world that we know of course. Okay, we've got our road. Now we need our new bridges. Or singular bridge. No, I guess it's two. I need a bridge here as well. Why is everyone in my family going insane? I wonder how complicated, or rather, I wonder how in-depth they did the genetics in this one compared to Crusader Kings. Like, because my original ruler went insane, is there a trait in my dynasty where all of the heirs are now going insane? I think the Diplo skill is the least useful to us right now. More rowdy children. Great nephew. Yeah, our control's going pretty well. This one way up here's even up to 55 control now. I forgot that control, for some reason in my brain, I knew that control affected manpower, but I, for some reason, was not remembering that it affects sailors, which is why it's really hard for us to get our sailor number up over here. But it's getting there. I could make a vassal up here in the top left, where I don't have much control. And there's no one living here anyway, though. I just need more towns for more tools. We have an endless demand of tools, it would seem. Do we still have enough stone? Yeah, we're doing good on stone. Advancement of the clergy. The power of the clergy has never relied on the state itself. Rather, it is in many ways the clergy who lend their legitimacy to the Duke through their ties to the spiritual realm. A combination of deft political maneuvering, fear-mongering, and generous donations from our subjects have lately cemented the power of this estate. Our next town, I think I might put up here on Amanokoa. It's another fiber crops location, and I don't see myself needing fiber crops anytime soon, at least not a ton of it. Babbling buffoons. A diplomat after diplomat have failed us. Their incompetence so flabbergasting that the world has started to see us in a different light. Our inept diplomats have ruined our reputation. Our third cousin has died. Okay, so many family events. Our ruler's aunt has died. Uncle has died. Grandson, the wife. Our numbers are climbing again. I got down to like 40 out of 90 something. Over back up to 57 living dynasty members. Okay, time for Town 5. We're getting pretty close to 1,000,000 pops. So maybe we'll have 100,000 left when the Great Pestilence gets here. I don't know what navy we're reforming, but sure, improve our existing navy. A second cousin has died. If you're ever looking for a place to sit your mouse that doesn't give a pop-up, because it's kind of annoying sometimes, you can put your mouse on the banner, like behind your country's name in the top left. Or by the age of whatever age you're in the top right. We have better control in the top right than I was expecting us to end up having. I actually kind of want to colonize this province now. Someone has lost a fortune. After a series of poor investments, Voingron has been left penniless. As a member of our court, he has sent to us a desperate plea that we give him some financial assistance to help him back onto his feet, lest he ends up living out his days on the streets. Oh, this makes him join the commoner's estate? Wait, so does that mean he sticks around? He's just now part of the commoners? That's kind of funny. Private fortunes are not our concern. Oh, he's an artist. So our artist is now a commoner. Interesting. Oh, I can ennoble him. I can make him a noble again. Oh, and that founds a dynasty. Interesting. More incompetent diplomats. Where do I want my next town? Maybe here on this clay. Yeah, I think I'll put it here. Although, this area already has more population. And this location is the same name as the province, so I am slightly more inclined to put it here. Yeah, I'll put it here. Okay, we're getting pretty close to 250. Let's put down a couple more fishing villages. If anyone watching this hasn't messed with the filter buttons, this card's display for buildings is very useful. It makes it so much easier to memorize and know where the different buildings are at instead of this giant unorganized list. I guess I'll grab this province next. Oh yeah, these ones are weird shapes, and this is a gigantic one. I'll wait till my other charters are over. I'm tempted to put stockades, the fort building, in each of my cities, just because it feels right, but there's no one to attack me, so it is kind of a waste of money. Right now we've got horse-drawn carriages. I wonder if at the very end when we get the railroad tech in this game, if you have a early train. That'd be cool. Well, I could go for sponsoring some more art. not granting another privilege to the nobles. Hopefully I get a pop-up about a new urban parliament. Well, actually, we're already in positive anyway. Never mind then. Oh, we're so close to 250. Ooh, we actually have a maximum of 250 now. We just need to wait for it to build up. Oh wait, why can I click it now? Oh wait, now it wants manpower instead of sailors. I still don't understand why I can only explore into Canada and I can't explore southward. Well, let's explore into West Ontario then. It has to be because explorations can only start on an ocean or a water tile, but that's so strange. We have so many unmarried people. Oh, we still don't have liquor. I guess we don't have enough pottery still. I guess we don't have enough tools. We kind of have good enough proximity up here that it would be useful to build maritime presence in the lake. You get more control to all this other stuff. This location does have 0 natural harbor suitability though. Maybe I should have actually built a town over here, although this is only 5%. think I might just also make this other clay one a town as well. We just need more tools. Rigorous researchers. Academic institutions are not immune to corruption, and the profits that might be made by abusing positions of great influence can stand in the way of creating an environment conducive to research. However, Cahokia scientists are largely above this, prioritizing genuine intellectual achievement above titles and financial gain. The lack of corruption in our society thus allows us to explore and invent without being impeded by self-interests. The pursuit of knowledge must be valued in itself. It's a pretty cool event. I guess we're just gonna have a chain of towns along this river. I say this river, the Mississippi. These are the... Cahokia is one of the Mississippi River Valley civilizations. I suppose it makes sense. I don't really want to build on the corn tile. I guess I could build a city on the lumber tile. Put a town on Iwariwa next. Or I could go to Imasulia. I don't want to put one where the fruit's at. I mean, I guess we're gonna get a bunch more fruit down here. So I could... I guess I'd want to put it on this one. We have higher control on Ambra. There's no wine tiles over here because there's no established wine industry. But I believe you can turn fruit into wine through a building as well. If we want a big wine industry, we might want to keep these two fruit ones rural. Build a city on Oka. I think I'll do that. Our exploration is finally about to go. I'm gonna buy some canoes and see if I can get maritime presence up. I assume canoes are quite bad at this though. Yeah, they're significantly worse than Mediterranean galleys, as you would expect. Okay, how big is our tools shortage now? Oh, we're almost caught up to demand, actually. I'm just gonna put a chain of cities up to the lake. By cities I mean towns. What exactly does a city give us over a town? Town has 25 supported building levels, 5% control. I know a city gives 10% control. 25 nobles, 50 clerics. So this doubles the amount of nobles and clerics. Burghers go from 200 to 1,000. Supported building levels from 25 to 100. I don't think we're close to that limit though on any of our towns. Total levels of buildings. Actually, Is there a way to see that number? How many buildings do we have in Cahokia? I don't know where I would go to see that. Oh, it's right here. We have 85 staffed levels, and we can have 164. I see, and our towns we've built can have like 45. Interesting. Okay, well, if we're caught up on tools, oh, we have shortages in a lot of stuff now. Since we introduced beer, the demand for beer grows ever more. What exactly does beer production need? Breweries need pottery and corn. We probably need more pottery. Well, we definitely need more pottery. Just because it makes sense to me, I'll build it down here near where the clay is at. I don't actually know if buildings get a production bonus or if they can get it cheaper or anything if they are using resources made in the same location. Not sure. I mean, Cahokia makes maize, so if it gets a discount, it would be on breweries, which I think there's breweries here. There's one brewery. Oh, it's not making it out of corn. They're making it out of fruit right now. Is that just because we were out of pottery? Huh. I'm gonna switch this to maize. Want to see if it gets a bonus. It does. We get an 8% production efficiency bonus because the brewery is in the location that makes maize and it's using maize. Is this because like 80% of the input is corn or something? Yes. 1.4 divided by 1.7 is 0.823. It definitely seems worth it to have our potteries down in the clay provinces then. Corruption is one of the most common and frequent factors of political and economic life in our duchy. Several scandals over the past year have brought the issue to the fore, so much so that many influential populists are now calling for us to take action against this growing problem. Failing to do so could have dire consequences for our ability to govern our duchy. Let us try to eradicate the problems. Where do I see a skull? Oh, it's gone. Who knows? We are getting close to running out of stone now. Some of our canoes are built. I guess I have to actually explore the lake before I can send my ship out onto it. Did that say it was going to take 14,000 days? God, how many children are there? What the heck? Exploration construction finished in 1889. What? Why? Does it not like that I'm trying to use canoes to explore? Also, why are my canoes under the ocean? Or under the lake? Yeah, let's get our other two towns going. I'm just gonna ignore that my naval exploration is not working. Actually, does that cost me money? Should I be canceling this? I guess it doesn't cost me money yet. It won't even let me click to cancel the exploration. It's just kind of broken. Well, I can't say I particularly recommend playing Cahokia. It does not seem like the mechanics work properly. The exploration mechanics are not working properly, at least. Society of people don't really do anything. There's no point in doing diplomacy with them. Or invading them. You get no access to tin, which causes problems. Both of the you cannot make bronze tools and you can't build the naval supplies building, whatever it's called. Naval Supplies Guild can't do anything because it doesn't have tin. Not that the exploration is working properly so that I can actually use my navy anyway. Wonder what happens if I click this upgrade button on my canoes. Will they become Mediterranean galleys? Yes. Well, then they don't have the naval supplies they need to actually maintain themselves. So what happens now? On the bright side, we're up to 1.1 million pops now. So what exactly is my liquor upset about? There's enough glass. There's enough pottery. There's not enough beer. We just need more breweries. Why are you using fruit cideries again? I guess I can't override the automatic production methods. I have automation set to automatic on production methods. I guess if I go to a specific building and set something, it just changes it back. That is unfortunate. We just need to make it more profitable to do the corn one, I guess. Build up some of the corn RGO again, even though I have plenty of food. I actually don't really think there's a negative to flooding your market with cheap RGO goods. Our market value is almost up to 300 now. Salishan Totemist heir. Heir Nikanauth Mato has taken a strong interest in Salishan Totemist teachings. As the heir apparent, he is of course expected to know all of our subjects, but perhaps not to the extent of discussing theology and hosting debates himself on totemism. Leading members of the clergy have now approached Duke Pakisa Mato to voice their concerns. They do not foresee a future for our heir in high government if we do not force him to come to his senses. You are absolutely not going to be totemist. That lowers each of his abilities by 10. That's pretty bad. He's already not amazing, but... oh well. Let's build out our road a bit more. Go westward a bit. We have really low control over here. I see what you mean. Flooding from low control areas. So we'll get less tax because they'll make less profit over here in the middle. I believe everything I was just building up is centralized though, so it should be fine. All the maize I built up is over here. And the salt I was building. Parliamentary traditions. One of the more difficult things about being a parliamentarian has less to do with the... Oh, I read this one earlier. It is a 10% support in Parliament event. Pretty good. I mean, I'll take 200 gold for a slight satisfaction upset of the nobles. That'll give me a couple more roads. Next road I want is probably southeast of Michigamia, and to colonize this area as well. I completely missed my cabinet members dying at some point. We've gotten a lot more land recently. Let me see. Do I need to assimilate? We could do a bit of assimilation. We do have 2 cotton RGOs now. We wanted to switch our cloth. Well, I guess if we wanted to build them up, it would probably switch our cloth production method to cotton. What else are fiber crops used for, actually? Paper. I should be building some more libraries, actually. I suppose, now that I have a bunch of towns. This is on top of fiber crops, so this will get a production boost. This is also fiber crops, And this is fiber crops. Okay. It is getting pretty late. I think I need to head off to make some dinner. Thank y'all for sticking around and watching. I think I'll probably come back and stream on Saturday around the same time I started today if anyone's interested. Thank you and goodbye.